Like, I didn't say anything.
Shall I explain? It's fine. We about to just, she ain't here.
Flip your thing.
Sure don't. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this regular meeting of the Roselle Board of Education to order. It is 6:01 p.m. Okay, ooh, this is thick. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Laws of 1975, adequate notice of this meeting was originally provided through the annual public notice on January 6, 2026, by emailing to newspapers designated by the board, the local source, and the Star Ledger, by posting on the district website, the main bulletin board, in the administration office, and in each Roselle Borough school, and by emailing to the clerk of the Roselle Borough and posted on the Borough of Roselle website. Please rise with me to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Where's the air conditioner? Dr. Simmons and T-Bone, what air? Where's the air? Yeah, well, I know. So we are, okay, we're going to have something to talk about. Okay, can I please have a roll call?
Thank you, Dr. Washington, Madam President. Dr. Atkins,
Present.
Ms. Bond,
Present.
Mrs. Chavez, Mrs. Cortez, Ms. Santos, Ms. Turnage,
Present.
Dr. Washington,
Present. Woody's walking in the car.
Mrs. Washington,
Present.
Miss Woody,
Present.
Mr. Daniel Aferi.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Now may I have a motion to enter into executive session to discuss issues that warrant confidentiality as consistent with NJSA 10:4-12 for matters of attorney-client privilege, contracts, legal, litigation, negotiations, personnel, and student matters. The minutes will be made available to the public upon request when the confidentiality of the subject is no longer warranted. May I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session?
I make a motion that we enter into executive session.
Second?
Washington.
All in favor?
Aye.
We should be in executive session for approximately an hour. If it goes over past 7 p.m., we will have our board secretary come out and advise the public. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being patient as we work through issues in the back. Now, I will entertain a motion to reconvene from executive.
I make the motion that we reconvened.
Second.
Ooh, that was loud.
All in favor?
Aye.
So now, presentations in the following order. We'll have the Junior ROTC presentation of colors, followed by the board president's report. We'll have some committee updates for the board commissioners that are here for their respective committees. We have student representatives here, Mr. Daniel Ferry, Mr. Andrew Emmy, for their updates, and then the superintendent will give district updates. So can you all please rise with me for the presentation of colors? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. It is so good to actually have, oh, I'm sorry. Nobody said anything. So good evening, everyone. Once again, thank you for joining us tonight. It is so good to actually have a real good audience tonight with us. I want to start off by saying welcome to our May board meeting. We are in the final stretch of our school year where we get to celebrate our students in these upcoming weeks. There's been a lot of things happening for our students. Most importantly, I started my day off this morning at the annual recognition breakfast for outstanding scholars of Union County. And I want to send another congratulations to Leah Brown and Sheena Romeus. Leah will be going to Rutgers, New Brunswick. She's our valedictorian, and she'll be studying in neuroscience. And Sheena Romeus is our salutatorian, and she's going to Union College where she'll study business. So please give them a round of applause. And to all our students across Union County, they're going to do some impressive things. I'm really excited for them. Right here on our stage, we have Daniel Ferry, who's committed to Rider University. He'll be playing for Rider, I hear. And Andrew Emmy did some really good, cool stuff. I have Leslie Woody telling me about plays. And you did your thing, and oh, I'm sorry, Daniel was in a play, Andrew did his thing on the track. And, you know, it's really impressive when we talk about our students and when we talk about their accomplishments in class and on the field. So we should be cognizant of what we say and what we don't say when we're out in the community in regards to our students as a collective whole. I want to congratulate Miss Jessica Chavez. She's not here tonight because she's graduating Union College herself. And she's going to do amazing things when she gets her degree and when she moves forward. And I just want to thank my board members because it's been a long 10 months, and the last 3 months were very heavy. And I want to say thank you for all your due diligence. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention that you give to this job in a volunteer capacity away from your homes and away from your families. So I just want to say thank you for that. We have prom toast-off coming. The prom is on May 27th. I don't have the time, but hopefully Ms. Harry can come up and give me some support in that if she comes up to the microphone. So I hope that you guys come and see our seniors as they go and celebrate the culmination of their senior year. I'm looking forward to our scholarships awards night, and I'm looking forward to graduation and all the end of the year activities with all of you. With that, I want to turn this over to our school board committees. We won't have an update for curriculum. Ms. Santos is not here. Policy did not meet, and we removed all of those policies. Special services could wait until the next month, and Dr. Fisher will be giving us an update on our ad hoc committee. So those committees are covered. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our finance committee.
Thank you, Madam President. Finance Committee met on May 11th at 7 p.m. In attendance was Dr. Fisher, Dr. Simmons, myself as Chair Commissioner, Dr. Courtney Washington, Aisha Turnage, and Mr. Tebow. First item on discussion for year-end fiscal closing procedures, reviewed year-end closing procedures to ensure and organize compliant fiscal year transition. We also discussed finance staff utilizing comprehensive year-end checklists to monitor purchase orders, grants, payroll, accruals, and final reconciliation. We also discussed the need to finance budget figures with System 3000 prior to fiscal year rollover. The committee also discussed emphasis on financial systems for requisitions by the end of the week to support summer school purchasing and preparation for the upcoming school year. We also had discussions surrounding financial and operational updates. Dr. Simmons provided updates regarding operational improvements, enhanced fiscal oversight initiatives, and position control forms are being implemented to strengthen personnel request tracking and ensure budget compliance. We also discussed clarification of RFPs to apply primarily to professional services exceeding $53,000 and/or general valid for the next 2 years. Item 4 was advertising bids process. Dr. Simmons updated us on the new procedures involved advertising and publications for our bids. Although local newspaper publication is no longer required, the district must demonstrate reasonable efforts to ensure vendors' awareness through red stripe postings. And that concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you. The next committee will be Personnel.
Thank you, Madam President. The Personnel Committee met on Tuesday, May 12th. In attendance was myself, Ms. France Cortez, Dr. Washington, Dr. Atkins, Dr. Fisher, and Ms. Marshall Simmons. In the Personnel Committee, we reviewed the personnel portion of the agenda. There was some discussion about the resignations and information, exit interview information. The board was inquiring why some of the staff was resigning or leaving, just looking at trends, discussing trends within the district. We also discussed the new hires and replacements for next year, all the new hires that are on here to replace some of the resignations and non-renewals. There was also a lengthy discussion about the deactivation of positions. The committee was informed that these positions are deactivated unless there is a programmatic need. So they can be reactivated if there is a need. Some concerns were raised because some of the positions were from special services, but they've been vacant for multiple years. And so this was the reason why, and this was also discussed in our budget meeting, so for budgetary reasons. We also discussed 2.88, which is the manager of human resources position. We asked again for clarity on the needs of this position, and discussion was given based on Ms. Marshall Simmons and the Human Resources Office and the needs that she has for getting the work in human resources completed. And that concludes the Personnel Committee report.
Thank you, Ms. Turnage. Ms. Woody, can you give the facilities report?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Our committee met on Tuesday, May 12th, 6 o'clock. I'm just going to give you the highlights from different categories. For safety and security, the security staff is preparing for coverage of year-end events. Mr. Worlds is coordinating with the Roselle Police Department for coverage of the graduation at Arminio Field and moving up ceremony at UC PAC. Technology, Dr. Henry Dixon discussed that wiring for the First Light location and also the wiring for the ACHS dance studio has been completed. I believe that adds another room to First Light, and the girls have already started using the dance studio. Facilities, Mr. Reese reported that the mulch at Washington School will be replaced over the summer. Basketball courts have been updated, but other fields will be addressed in order of priority. We do have to get ready for September. The modular update was given by Mr. Tebow. He presented a schedule for replacement of trailers at ACHS, Harrison, LV Moore, and Willday, which will begin the end of June. Although this is a tremendous expense, it's being done without additional cost to the residents of Roselle. A video presentation was done by Dr. Melissa Simmons. It was the Roselle Public Schools Summer 2026 Facilities Maintenance and Operations Master Plan. A strict schedule was outlined to ensure that all campuses will be ready for the September opening. In addition to interior painting, major auditorium seating updates and repairs in the ACHS large gym, Harrison will receive a new digital media and broadcast studio. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Now we're going to move forward with our student representatives report. Who's speaking first? Andrew Emmy.
Good evening, everybody. For our today's report, we are currently in the final stages of state testing and NJSLA assessments. 11th grade science testing has been completed, and all the makeup testing is currently taking place and should conclude this Thursday. As we prepare for graduation, senior audits have been completed. Students are currently making up seat time and participating in credit recovery. Opportunities are available before school, after school, and on Saturdays. And also, credit recovery programs are being monitored to ensure students are completing all their own work and not relying entirely on AI. To promote safely during prom and graduation season, a car involved in an accident is currently placed on display on Chestnut Street as a reminder about safe driving. The Roselle Police Department will meet with seniors to discuss prom and graduation safety. Students will participate in impairment simulations using goggles and bicycles to demonstrate the dangers of impaired driving. Senior prom will also take place on Wednesday, May 27th. Students will participate in a showcase at the high school before departing, and prom will be held at Nanina's in the park in Belleville, New Jersey. And lastly, the orchestra and band will participate in an overnight trip to Hershey Park on May 29th and June 30th.
Good evening. Our JROTC students will be attending a trip to New York City, and they're going to visit the Intrepid Museum. So this trip will support both the military and leadership focus of the program. The National Honor Society dinner will be held on Thursday, May 28th, and that's at 6 p.m. in the large gym. The JROTC Awards Banquet will take place on Friday, which is May 29th. And we are encouraging everyone to come out to support the students. As the temperatures outside are getting higher, we have many concerns regarding the heat in the building, especially on the second floor. So as per our principal, Ms. Harry, any air conditioning would require major electrical upgrades. The current electrical air-conditioned spaces that we have in the school are the large gym, the small gym, here in the auditorium, the media center, and the cafeteria. As for both Andrew and myself, we are currently in the process of electing new student board representatives. As we know, we will be stepping down for our position and soon graduating, which means candidate meetings are taking place right now. They're going to be doing their campaign posters, and schedules are being prepared as we transition leadership positions. Lastly, as student representatives, we would like to acknowledge the recent issue regarding the football team. Because this situation directly affects many of our classmates and the overall student body, we're respectfully asking for insight and understanding on what's happening with the situation. That concludes our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you both. Hopefully, Dr. Fisher, do you want to address that before you move on to your updates, or they want insight, or do you want to wait till public? Okay, we can wait. So now the superintendent will provide updates. Do you need us to go down there at any point?
You can get a head start, and I'll just do the report, and once I conclude this, we'll drop the screen down for that.
Okay,
up
thank
top. So, if you want to make your way down?
No, we'll wait.
Okay, great. So, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Let me just take this opportunity to give the superintendent's update for the month of May 2026. Again, I just want to welcome everyone this evening. Again, I did have a special note for our student representatives. Certainly, I know that your time serving with us is coming to a close, so I want to thank you in advance, just in case you decide not to come to our June meeting just before graduation week. So I want to make sure I say that. But let me take, on a serious note, tonight's report really captures a full month of full forward momentum across our schools, across the fields, stages, and across the community, and in our long-range planning for the future. With just under 39 days of school remaining, when we began in May, we've seen no signs of slowing down across the district. May continues to bring a host of great things, such as our teacher appreciation that we celebrated last week, along with our nurses celebration as well. And we continue to strive in that regard. I just want to put a tack right here and just to emphasize that before I get to the district highlights, first and foremost, I want to emphasize that as a school district, we adopted a $83.6 million budget for the 26-27 school year. $26.5 million comes directly from the local tax levy. This budget has been presented and approved while, emphasis here, maintaining a 0% tax increase to the Roselle residents. Despite us battling a 21% health benefit hike and a 15% increase in special education funding, we were able to sustain a 0% tax increase. Again, we were steadfast in our firmness in our programming and our services across the district with this budget, especially when districts across the state have publicly announced layoffs and program reductions, elimination of sports, and so forth. I want to commend this business team and our board commissioners as we continue to prioritize our entire school community, not just one program, but the entire school community. So applause to you all. Yes. As we noted last month, we adopted the new portrait of a graduate, so I'm very excited that we're beginning to roll out initiatives that are focused on our pre-K to 12 core competencies, and again, that area of adaptability, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and financial literacy, and problem solving are all areas that we will utilize in the upcoming academic year. I'm going to skip over my section that is referred to the bond referendum because I'll be doing a presentation regarding that shortly after this superintendent's update. Our summer programs are in full swing. We have conducted registration for our summer programs to begin on July 1st through the 30th. Programs were open to our families in the Genesis Parent Portal. Several students rising from pre-K through 12th grade across all academic areas, enrichment tracks, and so forth, will have opportunities to have a year-round opportunity here in our schools. Parent notifications will be coming out beginning the latter part of this week. We had a host of bully prevention programs. One to highlight was a laser show over at Grace Will Day, where the students had an opportunity to learn about the effects of bullying and the importance of standing up for others. Thank you to the guidance department there. The Nurture Heart initiative by the counseling department at Harrison Elementary School had an opportunity to do a series of activities focused on marbles and marshmallows. Wonderful activity for that great appropriate, but also encouraging positive choices, practicing self-control, and deep emotional regulation and resilience. We had community partnership effort hosted at LV Moore Middle School when we had our police chief visit the student council there, having a continued meaningful conversation about leadership and ongoing opportunities of displaying student artwork, which has been displayed at the police department. So we want to continue those opportunities, highlighting our scholars. As you heard from Dr. Washington, the Union County Superintendent's Roundtable, I'm always proud to bring our valedictorian and our salutatorian to those events because, again, they get to see their peers across the county who are excelling in the academic areas. Again, we're continuing with the NJSLA. This was the inaugural adaptive testing season. This season, for the very first time, our students had adaptive testing in reading, writing, and mathematics. And now it's the standard for students in grades 3 through the high school. So again, we certainly see that we'll have continued adaptive assessments moving forward. We had some additional recognitions from the Leonard V. Moore Middle School, marking period 3, where we had a host of students who had an opportunity to participate and receive academic achievement awards as well as perfect attendance. I'm giving big shout outs to the Kindergarten Success Academy and Grace Wilday Junior High School. KSA is a national school of character, but they most recently received recognition for their 2026 Promising Practice Award for Books Before Bedtime program. At Grace Wilday, they received kudos for their initiative entitled One School, One Pride, One Roar initiative. So again, great things are happening at our kindergarten location as well as our junior high school. A host of highlights from our early learners at the First Light Academy. Was so excited to see the wonderful activities that were experienced when students had an opportunity to do some bouncing, ball bouncing, little red hen, and a host of memorable puppeting retail stories. So very excited to see those activities conducted. Again, we had at Dr. Charles C. Polk, wonderful opportunity where students had a spring dress down week, and students had an opportunity to really engage in a host of wonderful activities surrounded around themes that were a Disney day and a tropical day. In addition to that, second graders at Charles C. Polk had an opportunity to stay connected with a live NASA engineer through the National Geographic Explorer Classroom program. So again, our students are having opportunities to connect on a national level. Our second graders from Washington Elementary School had an opportunity to participate in STEAM Day over at the TD Bank, where they watched the Somerset Patriots, and I believe that's the same event where we had our high school chorus members have an opportunity to, I believe, sing the national anthem. So certainly a great opportunity for our students to connect beyond the walls of Roselle. Grace Wilday held a wonderful event called for celebrating the National Poetry Month. They had a poetry cafe, a well-received opportunity where students as well as staff participated in that event. So certainly excited to see that our students are embracing different genres of music. ACHS class of 2026 celebrated their the Decision Day 2026. Students shared their variety of universities and colleges from everywhere from Rutgers University to the King University, the Army, and much, much more. So certainly we're excited and we can't wait to put out the full entire list of all those students' acceptance the various universities. And my report goes on to talk about all the programs from our Title I program, all the wonderful after-school programs through our family literacy and math nights. I just want to pull a bullet point right there just to let you know that we are still looking for opportunities to connect with our families. Our ESL and multilingual learners are participating in a host of programs. We are continuing with our evening program for our adult ESL program, and they celebrated featuring food from participants' home country, and certificates of completion were honored to those participants. Our G&T scholars across the grades had an opportunity to take the annual COGAT testing, just another opportunity to assess the gifted population and for future enrollment for the 26-27 school year. And of course, we've been continuing to post in our Rambling On newsletter on a weekly basis, where we've been highlighting our track and field participants in their state sectionals and their Union County championships. I won't get into all the accolades, but certainly we have a lot of scholars that are running the race. So we want to congratulate those individuals for their participation. Our boys volleyball team, very excited. They had a tournament run this year. They had an opportunity led by Coach Griffin and Estevez, Coach Estevez. Certainly had an opportunity for the first time in that program's history to continue to advance beyond the traditional season. Again, our Lady Rams flag football team had their senior night, had an opportunity to celebrate those students. We had a couple of outstanding seniors, Jadine Johnson, Lauren White, Ernisha Pierre, and Leah Larissa. Congratulations to those young ladies for their participation. And again, the athletic accolades continue in the other spring sports, both boys volleyball as well as ladies softball. And again, I just want to emphasize we want to give praise and thanks to the community sponsors who sponsored our breakfast and our Teacher Appreciation Week. We had a host of local businesses that supported us. So again, we sent personal notes to those individual companies, thanking them and those organizations for supporting our teachers and acknowledging the hard work that they engage. Again, on the fiscal side, again, I'm very excited about our budget, ready to kick our 26-27 budget off as we continue to do great things with our new fiscal restraints, but certainly we have a lot of things that are queued up. And I believe I've hit just about everything that I could hit on, but I do want to say that this work in the final weeks are really as we close out this part of the school year. We have a host of celebrations that are upcoming. We have a host of ceremonies. And we're looking forward to the final days of school as we approach those celebrations and as we prepare for something big in September 2026. With that being said, Madam President, this concludes this portion of the superintendent's report for the month of May 2026.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Did you want to adjust the agenda to give the HIB?
Sure, I'll give that.
And then we'll meet you down for
Yes.
the referendum.
For the month of May 2026, the following information regarding our harassment, intimidation, and bullying incidents reported for the month of May. For the month of May, Harrison Elementary School had 2 incidents that were reported and 2 that were not HIBs. Polk Elementary School had 3 incidents that were reported. 1 was confirmed as a HIB and 1 confirmed as not being a HIB. LV Moore, let me just correct something. Let me just correct that report. Somehow, okay. Please strike that information from the previous report. For some reason, it kind of, the rows got messed up. Harrison Elementary School reported 0 incidents for the month of May. Kindergarten Success Academy, 0 incidents reported for the month of May. Dr. Charles C. Polk reported 1 incident for the month of May, 1 confirmed as a HIB. Washington Elementary reported 0 incidents of being HIBs. Leonard V. Moore had a total of 4 incidents reported as a HIB. 2 were confirmed as a HIB, and 2 were confirmed as not being a HIB. Grace Wilday Junior High School had 2 incidents that were reported as a HIB, and 2 confirmed as not being a HIB. For the month, Abraham Clark High School had 0 incidents that were reported as a HIB. That brings us a total of 7 incidents for the month of May reported and investigated. 3 of those incidents were confirmed as being a HIB, and 4 were confirmed as not being a HIB. This concludes the harassment, intimidation, and bullying investigation report for the month of May 2026.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Board members, can you join me down at the seat to have Dr. Fisher's referendum discussion? Thank you.
That's not my computer. So good evening, everyone. I'm going to take this opportunity to prepare us for a presentation. And I'll just kind of give you an update on what this presentation is about. It's about the future bond referendum for a new school here in the Roselle School District. All right, great. Great, thank you. All right. That's as far as it goes. Okay, great. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of slides. I believe it's close to 100 slides. That's just the way I present. I like to make sure that I have a host of information to share out because it's important to share this important information. But this particular plan has been birthed from the strategic plan that we developed back in 2021, where we talked about the strategic plan. And one of the pillars in that plan was a sustained leadership. It was focused on student achievement, culture and climate, facilities, and community outreach. And when I talked about this plan, I just want to emphasize two things that are not on this initial plan. And it really started back in 2021 when we brought the preschool program back to district, when we were initially contracting space over at the Agape Church. And the plan was, how do we create space for our youngest learners across the district? So for every challenge that you receive, there must be an answer to call. So we answered the call by bringing the modular units back into the district to our 3 elementary schools, and we were able to bring back our preschool students back to the district. From that, 2 things happened. We created a space at 3 elementary schools. In addition to that, we were able to enhance the football field by upping the equipment at the field house, as well as bringing First and Light to Roselle. That's the reason why the lights were actually put at the field. There were no lights until this plan initiated. And then as we progressed into this plan, we realized that we can continue to build bigger and better. And here's how the progress all began. There's always been a need to improve our facilities across the district, always a need. And then I had to go back and do some research because you can't move forward unless you know your history. So I went back and did some of my research, and I found about that very first school here in Roselle that cost $8,700 back in 1876. But again, if you go back further, back in 1856, there was a little school called the Wheatchef School. So again, we're talking about a community that has continued to grow. And what we did was kind of look at this progression and see the district move forward. Then we started to look at the shift in the district. When you had the Chestnut Street School, which the original cost of $60,000. $60,000 back then was a lot of money, but certainly the community made the investment back then to ensure that the community moved forward. Then we talk about the very first high school back in 1914. And what I decided to do was make sure that we saw visuals, because a lot of times the context is off. You know, it's a different day, but the needs have increased. Back then, the first building was $60,000, then it progressed to Harrison Elementary School to $153,000, and then Washington Elementary School in 1927 to $173,000. Then you had the post-war 1950s, and if you're studying any history, you know things were changing. There was some expansion happening. And the first building that was really starting to cost money was when the Will Day School was built for $1 million back in 1953. Fast forward a couple of years, $1.6 million for the expansion, construction of the Leonard V. Moore School, better known as Lucas back in the day. So that's going way back. And then I wanted to just share this cross-analysis so that the community could see, and I'll be sharing a deeper dives on each of these slides at some other different occasions, but you see the progression of the district and you see what impacted the change. So I talk about that because I like to know where we're coming from. Instead of where I know we need to go, I want to go back to find out where did our problems start to occur. So it didn't start today. These are historical challenges that we had in the community. So again, as we look at that early money to the present, this really kind of is the catalyst of change. So it's the catalyst of the movement that we're currently on. And I just wanted to, my mantra for the 26-27 has already begun to introduce itself by building and sustaining. The goal is to build, and we're going to sustain the things that we already have. So we are pushing forward in a number of initiatives. That leads me to one of our big anchors right now, because you just can't have solo projects. You got to have multiple hands in the pot to make these things work. So right now we have some modular expansion work that is happening. If you've been in Roselle for a number of years, we have outdated modular units that are across a number of our locations. And I'll talk about those locations. And I have my facility team, Mr. Tebow, ABA, and Mr. Reese, who are kind of facilitating that process. I won't get into the details, but they're charged with just making it happen. My goal is to say, hey, listen, we need to do this. You tell me what we need to do, and you just make it happen. So they have taken the charge. And what they've already begun to do, because it's the movement. It's not one thing. Most people just focus on one thing, but we're focusing on multiple things simultaneously. We have 6 locations across the district, 6 locations that we're working on currently. As you can see, we have student-facing projects where we're looking to replace outdated, if you have attended Harrison Elementary School and you know their old brown modular, I think it's about 50 years old, so it's a very old piece of equipment. We're looking to change that. Grace Road, we're dropping 2 units over there. One of them happens to be a student-facing side, and one of them happens to be an office-facing side, so we'll be doing that over at Will Day. The high school, the cafeteria here, the exterior cafeteria is a dated unit. We're moving that thing out of there and we're bringing something new. And I'm emphasizing these points because it's about using what you have. Now, and from the public side, my argument will always be, we haven't asked for any additional monies for anything. We begin to use our resources to make it happen with what we got currently. And those are the things that should really drive the next phase of our project. So as we go through this process, and this is not the full-fledged of what I'll do for this piece, but I want you to know these things are happening. We have already gone past the engineering stage. We are all queuing up for readiness and offboarding some of our other pieces of equipment at locations, so I'm excited about that. We had the engineering and the fabrication process happening as we speak. So these are some things that are happening, and you'll see. You'll begin to see those things take shape shortly. Stuff takes time. We've been working on this modular project since about late fall. We've been working on it since late fall, and it's taken us about this long. But our plan is to deliver these modulars at all 6 of our locations by the start of the new school year. So as you can see, we'll be demoing locations, and we'll be bringing on new locations very quickly. And again, I just wanted to share some of this behind-the-scenes work because there is behind the scenes. We aren't just showing up doing the work. We're actually doing all the logistical changes. We're also doing the engineering piece of it to do it directly. And again, as we did with the last modulars, we drove those things in, and I know Dr. Washington, myself, and a couple other board members at that time, we were watching the modulars as they were driving down St. George Avenue and being placed at the location, so it was a very great sight to see. And again, this is just more details about the integration, because on the engineering side of this work, this is a very immense task, but again, we are moving along. So again, this plan, our comprehensive plan, and certainly we'll have staff available to probably share out at another venue, but to really talk about what this all means and all the logistics from plumbing to the data and technology hookup. So we're excited as this progresses. So when we take that next leap, the next chapter of this talks about the build and sustain. It's the building and sustaining process. And this is all about our bond referendum initiative. See, one of the things, my biggest challenge is some of the systems are dated. Some of the processes are dated. So it's time to do something about it. I am a systems guy. If the system is not working, it is time to do something different to move the system. Currently, we have approximately 6 transitions in the district. 6 transitions that our scholars participate in. They go to 6 different locations but by the time they start school and when they end school. Our goal here in the Roselle schools is drop those 6 transitions down to 3. It is to drop it down to 3, excuse me, correction, down to 4 transitions. So if you look at the now column and you look at the future column, not only are we looking to build a new school, we are looking to create new grade bands that are totally different than what we traditionally have. You'll see that our new school is set to be a pre-K to 2. Our elementary schools all becoming 3 to 5, all of them, all 3 elementary. Our Leonard V. Moore and Grace Wilday schools becoming what we call intra-district choice, intra-district choice, which gives our scholars an opportunity to take whatever path they want as they enter their junior high school years, whether they want to go to Grace Wilday, a school of the arts, or they want to go to Leonard V. Moore as a school of STEAM. So that is the ultimate goal, and ultimately landing here at the high school. So I'm going to talk about the facility, I'm going to talk about the ripple effect, I'm going to talk about everything that we've done. But down at the bottom of that slide, you start to begin to see what those progressions are. Our students, as they progress through the school, you see that pre-K location, which is our Chandler site. As our Chandler site as being our #1 site, which is on Chandler Avenue. You'll start our progression through our ecosystem that we've established, that we have 3 elementary schools currently. Our goal is to have our students transition into one of the 3 elementary schools. And let me just park right there for a moment. At the top of that slide, it talks about rezoning. We realize as new developments are impacting our school district, the big task is we can't have lopsided enrollment. So the goal is to rezone the entire school district, something that hasn't happened since the 70s, and maybe even further back if the research tells us so. So we will be rezoning the district. And as I talked about students having options after they leave elementary school, you see 2 pathways. You either take the road to the top, the School of the Arts, or you take the path to the School of the STEAM. So those are the 2 options that we'll be creating for students. So it's something a little different, but it's greatly needed to change the experience for our students across the entire district. And I'm just going to, as again, I showed you on previous slides, back in 1920 present, we have this legacy stuff that we look at, and that's most of the stuff we inherit in the school district. But as one of the student reps mentioned, we talk about air conditioning in some of these second-floor classrooms in the building. That is something that is in our long-range facility plan, an area that we want to address simultaneously. We've also, because of electrical capacity, the age of computers, this is an age of computers, and when these buildings were built, it was no such thing as having all this technology. So our goal in 2026 forward is to find ways to bring additional electrical capacity in all our buildings. Is it costly? Certainly it is very costly to do those types of things, but they are done incrementally. So that is what the goal of this entire plan is to take us from the century of 1927 to our 2027. So we want to certainly be prepared as this work aligns to Vision 2027. And I'm not going to go in every slide, but I think it's important to know that as we work on our bond referendum and you start to hear the deep dive, this is the important work that I think that this board allows me to do, is to execute the task of how do we get a new school here in the district. It takes a lot of commitment, it takes a lot of buy-in, because it's all about the future generations. All too often we focus on our outgoing students, but we have a lot of youngsters coming right behind them. So it's our expectation and our responsibility to do what's necessary for a better learning experience. And again, I'm just going to walk you through our 3 locations that we're talking about, actually 5 locations. Again, one of the things we'll talk about further in future presentations, which I'm hoping I get the same response from the public, is to come out and hear about what the drill down looks like about those locations, because this is the planning work. It requires that we look at what are the needs. We even talked about the auditorium here at the high school. How do we make this a very theatrical space? How do we ensure that students have performance materials in this location that they can do great things? We even talked about building a mini production studio here in the high school so that we can also support the students in their musical endeavors. Again, I'm just these are all slides that talk about the various locations. And I'm not going to go into the maker spaces that we're looking at putting in all our schools across the district, but we are focused on creating innovative learning spaces at every school across the district. We want to create a continuum. One of the things that the younger kids always say when I come to their career day is that, will we be able to do this at our next school? And I always have to pause and I think about the different levels of resources that we have and look at this. Sometimes there's not continuity across our buildings between grade bands. So my goal is to be able to identify by the time if a kid has a certain experience in the elementary school, when he gets to the middle school and the junior high school, they should have a continuum or build on those skills. And again, within this plan, you may see remnants of safety and security. We're always looking for opportunities to enhance safety and security. So what you see in these plans are security vestibules that we are looking to put on buildings, because we're a firm believer that our students need to be safe at all times. So we need to start developing internal strategies that actually create a greater fortress within our educational spaces. So that is one of the bigger goals that we're focusing on. And again, these are, and I didn't talk a lot about this particular slide, but this is what we call the 710 Transition Center. And one of the things, 710 happens to be the board office. That's where my office is located. And I tell the folks, I said, well, this building needs to be converted to a transition center. A very bold move, because the personnel at the building says, well, where are we going to go? And I said, I'll figure that out later. But I certainly believe the priority is to make sure that we're servicing students. Our transition center is for our adult 18 to 21 population who typically go out of district for resources and services. So my goal is, well, let's keep it in-house. Let's transition our space to a space that'll teach that independent learning and offer those same students an opportunity to get those life skills that they so need. So I'm looking forward to doing that, and that's something that I think it should be a priority across the district, is making sure that we tackle each and every student population group across the entire district so we can meet their needs. I won't go through the entire plan, but I just want to let you know that the goal is to be able to build upon this century-long effort. And I like sharing this slide because when Dr. Washington and myself, we had to submit our plans to the state to identify what were the resources that will be available. It was so important that we had it documented. We memorialized the process, and it has been a very long, drawn-out process, but certainly it is coming into fruition. September 15th, we are looking to have a bond referendum vote for the community. And I emphasize that it was back in 1967, the last bond referendum here in the Roselle community. 1967. The sad part about that is I wasn't even born then. So for not to have a bond referendum, in my lifetime in the district, because the need has been there, to me it's a priority. And that is my drive to ensure that we move forward with this endeavor. And again, this is a summary of the slides, transformation matrix, and kind of gives you an idea of what's going to be going where, just for a visual. I just kind of give you some looks. And I got that slide in here. This is just a slide for the dance studio, and I know Ms. Harry and the team are very excited. I believe the final phase of that is the mirror installation tomorrow. So we're excited to be able to get that space up and running. And for our athletes, I forgot to even mention the commitment that we did on the fitness center. That was a part of the plan. I didn't put it on this slide because we service everybody. That's the goal. Everybody gets something. You get something. He gets something. He gets something. That's what it's about. It's not about one program. It's about every program, every population, whether it's our students with disabilities, whether it's our ESL students, every population gets something. One thing I will pride myself on, I am not selfish. My office is supposed to be bigger. I prefer it smaller because I'd rather make sure that I got students with the services, programs are in place, this budget that we had, this just approved, prioritized student programs. And I always take it personal when folks remind me of, I wish we had this. And I say, man, I gave you everything but the kitchen sink. So we are making sure that we prioritize our resources. And this dance studio doesn't necessarily benefit me. I'm not going into dance, but I do have some very artistic, very creative dancers in this building. So certainly they'll have that space. So I know I'm satisfying my artistic arm of the school district. So I just wanted to make sure I shared this out publicly. This is secret. These are the receipts. But I want to let you know that as we talk about, we're going to continue to build. I'm taking out these old modulars. They got to go. We will spend the money where it's necessary. You know, I know I have some team players here tonight. When I often tell folks about these budget lines that come through about equipment and so forth, I said, let's just make it happen. But there are times when I pause and say, well, maybe we should wait till next year to buy that. But then I often reflect on it, you know, if you look good, you play good. And hopefully if you play good, you act good. So that's what I look for in return. And I think this really concludes, but I'll just take an opportunity to, if any board member has any question related to the plan, I'm looking forward to really moving it forward. I do know that we're awaiting the final approval from the New Jersey Department of Education to give us the final say on what our funding looks like from the state. So we'll have an idea of what the fiscal responsibility will be for the community. But this kind of concludes the presentation on this side of the presentation, but I welcome any questions from my board members. Question on the floor is, have I shared this with the board, the borough? So we have shared this information with the planning board. We provide them with the signed blueprints of our plan. We're looking for a date to present what they call a courtesy review. It's just courtesy. It's not mandatory. It is courtesy. I can say that. It is courtesy. It is not mandatory. So we are going to do the courtesy review because with or without, we are moving forward. It is courtesy. So that's what we do in order to build a strong foundation here in the Roselle Public School District. Is there another question? The rezoning of the building itself? So the location, I believe the location is already established for zoning of a school. So there may be some other technical pieces associated with that, and that's why the zoning board has the information, the planning board has that information. And just, if I could just emphasize, and that's a great point, it has to be mutual, because as new properties are being renovated and new buildings are being built, we can only react to information that we don't know about. So in this case, we want to make sure that it's a mutual. So we'll do everything that in our powers to ensure that we share information. That's the only way we can do this. If you take the Park Apartments, for example, on that side of town, that's our Washington Elementary side of the town, our increased enrollment at Washington is a result of that location. So had we had rezoning prior to the construction of that space, we might have been able to better plan and make sure that we offset the increasing numbers of that location. So that's why it's so important to have these conversations in advance, so we can kind of build a runway toward a mutual understanding of what needs to happen. So the question on the floor is, when is the anticipated groundbreaking would be? That's a tough one. You know, if it's in a September 15th bond election, I'm not sure what the timeline is, but certainly there's a whole legal side of that, and we have bond folks who kind of talk about that next phase. But I believe it's within that next 6 months, you know, because now you have to really start to go into more planning of the internal side of the building itself. Any board commissioners, any other questions you may have? Okay. So thank you again. I just want to make sure I shared this information out. This concludes the plan of what we're looking to build and sustain, and this is the plan forward. Thank you.
It's a little bit. What happened? They never know what's going on in this building. Is everybody there? Thank you, Dr. Fisher. No, again, thank you, community. May I have a motion and a second to accept and approve? Before I do that, do you want to respond to our student reps? They have a question. He said he wants insight into what's going on with the coach for the football team.
Okay.
Because it impacts
Yeah.
the classmates.
Thank you. So thank you for indulging in the presentation. Very quickly, I know there was a question on the table, and traditionally, I don't use this platform for those conversations, but because my student board representatives posed the question here on the dais, I will just kind of respond generally. I know there was some question regarding our football program, so certainly there's an administrator in charge of everything in every program across the district. And part of their responsibility is to evaluate their programs, ensure program efficiency, a host of things that they're required to, compliance and so forth. I leave that responsibilities for our respective coaches, the respective administrators to deal with coaches directly. Oftentimes the questions are posed at me as the superintendent, am I engaged in that process? And I often say, I'm not doing any coaching, and I'm not doing any oversight of programs. That's not what I do. But what I do expect is coaches to work with administrators, and I expect administrators to work with coaches. And it's always my expectation that administrators are held accountable for program success or the lack of. So again, that is a responsibility of the appropriate administrator. So my answer may be vague, but there are times, as I told one person who asked me something about a program, and I said, well, I watch professional sports all the time, and I see situations that happen with no explanation, and sometimes it's bigger than the fan level or the participant level. So again, the questions that you pose are not necessarily for myself, but I do hear your concerns. I do hear those concerns, but however, I'm not in that position to give you any specific details regarding the outcomes or the processes related to it. So again, I would say things happen in every program, but when changes are necessary, it is typically driven by the direct report of the administration that supervises the program. So certainly in a high school, I expect the high school administration to deal with anything that's high school related, not the superintendent's office. If it's something in the classroom, I expect the teacher to handle the situation in the classroom. So if those administrators are over those programs, it is my expectation, handle that particular matter that is associated with the program. So I don't say that as a disrespectful way, but I do say it as we all have to be accountable. When I make mistakes in this job, I'm held accountable by the 9 board commissioners here. And there are times that the actions are not necessarily directed on something I did, but certainly when the accountability hits, I often say, I'll just have to accept that and I'll have to move accordingly. So I say that to say sometimes tough decisions are made along the way, not necessarily, it could be timing, it could be a host of things, but I do support all the programs, and certainly as we're expanding athletic programs and sustaining athletic programs, typically those fiscal matters come across my desk as to, hey, where do we need to make cuts? Where do we need to support? And typically my office has a say in regards to, let's make sure that we allocate appropriate resources. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Might not be satisfy your appetite in regards to my response, but I think it was worthy of some form of response this evening.
Now may I have a motion and a second to accept and approve governance items and presentations as presented? I make the motion. Second? Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing as there's no discussion, can I take a roll call? Public comment isn't open yet. We're about to open public comment.
Yep, taking roll call. Dr. Atkins,
Yes.
Ms. Cortez. Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Turnage,
Yes.
Mrs. Washington,
Yes.
Ms. Woody,
Yes.
Dr. Washington.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now comes the section of the meeting for public comment as mandated by this board's policies. Members of the public who wish to address the board during the public comment portion of this meeting may do so for 4 minutes. Please come to the microphone, provide your name and address for the record. When speaking, please address all comments to the board president. Public comment is not intended to be a question and answer period. It is the time of the meeting during which the public may speak on any topic associated with the business of this Board of Education. All public comments must conform to basic standards of civility. Disruptive, threatening, defamatory, and/or profane comments, as well as political commentary, will not be allowed. If spoken during the meeting, the commenter will be stopped and may be removed from the meeting. Just for our students who are coming to the microphone, just give your name and you can say Abraham Clark High School. Do not give your home address. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, president, superintendent. I'm Cynthia Johnson, 127 East 10th Avenue in the borough of Roselle. First of all, I was very happy to hear that there was no increase in the school board, no tax increase, because what we were told and it was done publicly, that there was a school tax increase. So what I'm suggesting is to have your BA come over to where we're at, so maybe he can actually help us have a zero tax increase. So I want to commend you guys. I have to be honest. I have to commend you guys on, doing your budget and making sure that the residents are not affected with high taxes coming from the school board. So thank you very much for all the due diligence that you guys have done to make sure that our residents are not impacted with the school tax increase. So thank you for that zero. Also, I went away and I came back the weekend, and I heard chatter about, our young men in our football team. I don't know what happened. I'm not here to, to judge anyone. The only concern that I wanted to talk about is that we have a program, okay? And I've seen these young men who started out with Pop Warner, who's proceeding to where they're at now. If this was going to be done or things in that aspect, you have seniors that are graduating. You have seniors that's going to receive scholarships, some that went to Columbine just to actually learn, the really professionalism of it. And Dr. Fisher, as you stated, things happen, in the professional world of, hey, guess what? It happens. But my whole thing is, you have to ask yourself why it happened. I understand you're the superintendent, and you have those in place to make sure that things are the way they're supposed to be. But to actually disenfranchise anyone with 39 days left in the school, to say, hey, you know what, your services may not be rendered or needed anymore, okay? I kind of find that, to be like, come on. Let's finish out the school year. Let's finish out the program, okay? You have young men that are standing here that looked up to this gentleman that said, hey, you know what? I'm a mentor to you. I'm going to make sure that you learn to do what has to get done, even bringing others from a different aspect to bring them into Roselle to make sure that our program exceeds to where it's supposed to be exceeded at. We're not looking for no one to say, hey, here we go, we got a 30-0 record. That doesn't happen nowhere. But I always say, just give everybody a chance and an opportunity. I don't know the logistics of it, and I would not sit here and go through through the logistics. But Saturday, when I heard that, hey, this football coach is no longer going to be here, and then down at Sylvester Landfill, they're running around saying, oh, we're going to have such and such to come and take his place. I just thought that was totally disrespectful to hear that in the street, somebody else taking someone else's place. I look at things as protocol of how things should be done, throughout, not just here, but throughout the whole borough. Thank everyone for your time and your concerns. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Next, remember, just state your name and just say Abraham Clark High School. Do not give your home address. Thank you.
My name is Victor Loku, and I'm from Abraham Clark High School. I've been playing on this football team for 4 years now, and Coach Tyrone has developed me more than a football player. He's developed me into a man. He gave us dinners before games. Every Thursday we wear a shirt and tie. Basically, he taught us life outside of football.
My name is Albert Rosario of Abraham Clark High School. When I transferred here in my junior year from New York, I saw Coach Tyrone as a different coach than my old coaches. He not only made me into the player I am today, he made me a man, showed me how to, take care of my life outside of football. He brought my grades up. He basically showed me to work hard in the classroom, work on the football field, everything earned you. And I think Coach Turner is one of the best coaches I've ever had in my life, and I think he should stay because he has a talent not only to develop a football team but develop players. He's a players coach, and I thank him so much for developing me and helping me get that full scholarship to William Patterson. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deion Nelson. I go to Abraham Clark High School. Ever since I met Coach Tyrone that day in the small gym, I feel like he was the right coach for us that day, and he was going to help us become the man we are today and become the leaders we are today and lead our football team. Coach Tyrone, he taught me how to be a man, disciplined, and hardworking, to never give up when I was tired or whenever I wanted to quit. He never made me quit. He always pushed me hardest to my hardest I could be, my fullest potential. Over the summer, he always worked us to our hardest potential because he always knew we had more than we put out on the field. We always had more in us, capable in us. He always fed us during games, fed us before, after, make sure we was good, always had a ride home, always had a ride to practice. We was always good, and we never was late to practice. Especially with the shirt and ties, he was always honest about that to make us disciplined because, future, we had to wear shirt and ties to work, get us started early on the workforce. But yeah, I feel like Coach Tyrone, he'll be a good fit for the next football team coming up in the next years, and he's one of the main reasons why I'm going to college today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Corey Charles. A big part of who I am today is Coach Tyrone. My junior year, I got my spot took. I didn't believe myself no more. I lost all my confidence, but Coach Tyrone put me in a position to get my spot back and to play college ball after this year. He made me the man I am today. He helped me train. He talked to me. He helped me bring my confidence back. And, yeah, he's a great coach, great guy. And outside of football, he's a great man. He knows how to talk to you, give you advice, help you with any problem you got. He'll help you out a lot.
Hi, good evening. My name is William Curry, and I'm from Abraham Clark.
Hello, my name is Raekwon Anderson. I'm from Abraham Clark too.
And today, I want to talk about how Coach Tyrone is like, he's a big impact to me. I have a father figure on him, so like I really look at him as a father and stuff. And hold on. What you call it? Like,
All right, let's bring it back. 2 years ago, we didn't have a coach. Like it was one day our coach just told us he was gone. Like it was crazy to us. It was the same time like right now. It was May. We were scared. Like it was late coming into June. We had 7-on-7 coming up, and we were looking for a new coach. Of course, we did interviews, and then Coach Tyrone came in the building. He's a cop officer. He's a great guy. We all thought we could trust him, and yeah, we trusted him. Quickly, he got us into great shape in a weight room field, and we quickly started our season off right. Even though he came late, he's a great person. And then in the school year, he introduced shirt and ties. Even though, like, some of us didn't want to do it. Like, I'm serious, some of us didn't want to do it. But it's teaching us how to be a man and going to the future. Like how we want to be. We don't want to be nobody we don't want to be. We want to be someone we're proud of ourselves. We had this, like, we wanted the season, we finished the season up, and Tyrone was a great aspect to us. He's a great man, gives us great advice. He trusted all of us. He loved all of us dearly. And
like, I ain't gonna lie, when I felt like quitting, he was just there for me. Put like faith back in my heart, and that's when I started taking school more seriously, like trying to get my grades and stuff in check, in order, and then like taking football more seriously. Like ever since he came, it's just like he's been a real impact on me. Like I say, he's a father figure to me, and I just want Coach Tyrone back.
Good evening. I'm Frank Hilton. My son is not here. He played for the football team. And 2 years ago, in the same auditorium, Coach Turner was introduced to us. And before that, my son was failing in high school, doing real bad, wanted to drop out, do whatever he wanted to do. And plenty of time, I couldn't talk to him. I'd have to call the coach, and the coach would reach out to him. When he was late for practice, I get a call from the coach. If he didn't show up to school, I get a call, and then his grades gradually picked up. I go to a lot of practice. I'm around these young men a lot of time. A lot of them know me, stuff like that. And I don't know what's going on, but when you got young men that are crying over a coach, I'm a grown black man. I'm 55 years old, and I've seen a lot of stuff that a lot of you guys probably haven't seen. And I don't know what's going on between the school or the administration and the coach, but when you got young men that has changed their life, because I go to every game, and sometimes these guys be losing 35-0. They don't quit, they don't give up. They out there fighting. And professional athletes don't do that. I'm a big sports fan, and professional athlete, but these kids are doing it for free. They're getting their ass knocked off. They're losing 42-7, and they have never quit. I've watched every game they've been to, and I don't know what's going to happen, but don't let these kids down.
Hello, my name is Daniel. Go to Abraham Clark. From the football standpoint, when he first came, we all chose him for a reason. As a coach, when he first came, he gave us a speech, and we liked him automatically. And we all knew, we went to the group chat, and we talked about it, and we knew we wanted Coach Tyrone as our coach. And ever since, we didn't regret it. We know he's a good coach and a great guy. And besides football, he's a good guy, like I said. He taught us discipline, and he's given us a future besides, like, outside of football. He stayed on top of us on our academics, so we could go somewhere besides football. Even if we don't go nowhere with football, we have another plan. But he also got some of us to go play college football. So it's also our future that he is helping us with. And I just want to say thank you. And we're all here for a reason, because we don't want him to leave. And I'm a senior graduating, but I know how good of a coach he is. And that's why I'm here.
My name is Raphael Augustine.
My name is Zion Fairley. I go here. I just transferred from Hudson Catholic.
Zyquan Fairley, also transferred from Hudson Catholic.
Zion Brown, I also transferred from Hudson Catholic.
From the start, when I first came here, I'm a sophomore, so it's my second year playing for Tyrone. He always told me, keep going, do wrestling, do track, and that made me very better at sports. Not only, he also told us how to be a man, taught us discipline, always told us to keep going, never quit.
And again, we never quit. A lot of people who quit, Tyrone told us never quit.
See, I'm sorry. My name is Sade. I'm Zion and Zaquan and they parent. They transferred from Hudson Catholic. I couldn't sit back there and not say nothing. They had offers to go to different schools, and I moved to Roselle like back in November. And when I talked to Tyrone, he said, bring them. And I'm like, they in Catholic school, but I'm going to see. I'm going to talk to them. I brung them for a visit here, and he talked them into coming here. He like, come on, y'all live over here, come over here. I said, all right, give it a chance. They just coming here. I don't know what's going on either, but this is heartbreaking. So sorry to say it like that, but if anything was to happen to go in a different direction, if he's not going to be here, then I probably would have to remove my kids because football means everything to them. And I got to take them wherever's going to take them to the next level. So that's it.
Like I said, my name is Zaquan Fairley. I want to speak on the behalf of Coach Tyrone. You know, like we just said, we came from a Catholic school, so, you know, the level difference from Catholic and public, we saw Coach Tyrone, we saw determination, and we saw, like, he really had a mission behind everything. So, yeah, we took the step down from Catholic to public, but it's like we trusted him. We trusted Coach Tyrone. We saw, like, honestly speaking, at our old school, we've been dealing with different coaches every year since my freshman year. My freshman year, my coach, he quit on us. He told us he was going to be there forever, and he quit. The second year, my coach passed away. And then a year after that, our coach got fired, which is looking like the same predicament that Coach Tyrone is in. And, like, we really don't have that much time to, you know, waste. It's like, I have so much trust into Coach Tyrone. So, as soon as we got here, he got us to connections with D1, Division I colleges, visits, getting on the college's radars. And it's like Division I college as a football player, that is the goal. Like, that is the standard that everyone is trying to make it to. It's like we're seniors. We can't really, you know, gamble our time with, you know, we trying to put our trust in the coach. And I really think he's the best fit for this position. Like, in my opinion, like, yes, you want to win games and, you know, in high school sports, but it's also about development. If you could develop, you know, a better player, a better person for the outside world, not only just for football. Everything isn't about football. Like they were saying, I haven't really experienced the shirt and tie, but like they said, in the real world, look, all like the gentleman up here, you got to wear a shirt and tie. Like, if he's enforcing that rule now, then, like, the same rule may apply in the future, whatever, you know, workforce that they decide to join. This is going to be like secondhand nature. Like, oh yeah, Coach Tyrone told me I always got to wear a shirt and tie with such and such. So it's like, it's going to come secondhand. They're going to be ready. They won't have to argue about it because they've been doing it for the longest. And I feel like Coach Tyrone, he has really shown us a different mindset that a coach haven't shown me in a while. Thank you.
I feel as though taking Coach Tyrone away from us is not only taking a coach, it's taking a father figure. As you can see how much he changed everybody here lives and just making them better men or even women in life. That's not something you should take away from someone. And that's not something you should treat lightly. So that's all.
Hi, my name is Billie Jean Gaskins. I live at 768 East 2nd Avenue, and I'm here representing my son, Andre Vaughn Jr. Now, I have grown up in this neighborhood. I have grown up in Roselle. I have been educated here. My sister was the class of 87. I am the class of 93. My daughter was the class of 2018. We have seen many coaches come and go, and for the last few years, that's all that has been happening. Every time you turn around, you hear about a new football coach here at Abraham Clark High School. No more do we have the Coach Smith, do we have the Coach Grossos, do we have the Coach Shaw, that's stable, that have been in our boys' lives and have have been taking them to that championship level, okay? Now, I'm kind of like between a rock and a hard place because I've met Coach Tyrone. I've had numerous conversations with him. I've seen what he's done with our boys. The person who you are recommending to replace him, I am not only his team mom, I'm also his team nurse for the Pop Warner level, okay? Now, my son has played at that Pop Warner level with that program, and he has played, this is his freshman year. And I'm telling you this right now, if Coach Tyrone goes, these boys goes, which means we do not have a football team. Roselle has had a championship history in football, in track and field, in basketball, in baseball. And for you to do this now and fire this coach at the end of this school year, now you risk our boys leaving and not having a football program at all, okay? And for Coach Tyrone to have these three boys to come in here from a Catholic school and to be able to play at the public level, it's because of y'all being unstable and not keeping a coach why our talent is leaving and going to Bergen Catholic and going to Paramus Catholic and going to St. Peter's, okay? If you expect Roselle to be back in that winning caliber and that championship caliber, you need to keep the coaches here. This man has done amazing things with these boys. He's making sure that these boys not only play the part, but they look the part when they go to these other towns. We're not Elizabeth. We're not Rawway. We don't have the budget that they have, but guess what? He made sure that our boys got those tracksuits, got those sweatsuits, so that when they walk into these fields and they look like somebody and they represent in this town, okay, because the other coaches wasn't doing it. The district hasn't been doing it. He made sure that last summer when these boys went and did 7-on-7s, he bought those uniforms himself. How many coaches do you know would do that for a public school program? I tell you this right now, I bleed red and gray. I have lived in this community all my life, and I've never seen a coach do that. Okay, and then on top of it, when I walk into Simpson Field and I see our boys dressed in black and red, we are not Elizabeth, we are not Robert, we are Roselle. Our boys should be represented by the red and gray. That is what this community is. That's what we bleed. We bleed red and gray. And if all these boys standing up here telling you that that's the coach that they want, that this coach has changed their lives, then you need to listen to that. And like I said, I represent my boys here, but I also represent the Pop Warner level. Because like I said, I am one of his team moms, and I'm his team nurse. And when I'm sitting there telling you that if I'm willing to support this coach over him, then you need to listen to that. You need to listen to that. Because at the end of the day, if you don't keep this man, guess what? These boys are going to be gone. And we're not going to have a doggone football team. And you'll be lucky if you can get that football team back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nicole Brown. I live at 770 East 2nd Avenue in Roselle. I don't like speaking in front of people, but as I sat back in them seats, I said I had to get up and I had to say something. Dr. Fisher know me. I lived in Roselle for many years. I'm class of 2000. I am a sports mom. I'm a teen mom. My son is not here right now because he had a prior engagement. These boys that stand behind me, half of them call me auntie, half of them call me mom. Coach Tyrone is a fantastic coach. If what these boys have not said to you don't speak value, as you say that these boys matter, if we don't have Coach Tyrone, then that means that these kids didn't matter to you. You didn't put in consideration of anything of what these boys said to you. My son played football many years ago, and he didn't have the desire to play football again. He's straight basketball, and that's his passion. He came to me this year, and he said, "Mom, I want to play football again." And I said, "What?" He said, "I want to play football again. I need me some cleats." He was with one of his good friends. They went to the store, they bought them some cleats. Next thing you know, I'm at the field and I'm sitting in the stands. Now I'm a football mom again. He told me one Thursday, Ma, I need to wear a button-up shirt and a tie. I said, huh? That's what they said we have to wear. So we have to present ourselves like men. When my son walked out the house and he had his tie on, he had his button-up on, and he had his khaki pants on, that spoke volume to me. Coach Tyrone put a lot of effort with these boys on the outside and at that field, giving them special offers from different colleges. And I can speak that for myself because my son has plenty of opportunities to be elsewhere or to play elsewhere, and that's with basketball and that's with football as well too. My son also had told me numerous times that he wanted to go somewhere else, but because I've grew up in Roselle, this is where we at, and this is where I said that he's going to stay. I just hope that you all just make a good decision of what each person stood up here and said to you and put it in consideration, because the coach that we're talking about, Mr. Turner, needs to be here and staying at ACHS.
Thank you.
Good evening, Celeste Aaron Shankins, 455 Dermody Street. I have not been in this building since 2018, since I was head of the PTO at Grace Will Day when my twins graduated. I came tonight because why not? I have no dog in this fight at all, but my heart is breaking for these young men. I mean, everybody's been calling them boys, and I know that's from love, but these young men at this age, at this time in their lives, whatever, I don't know this coach, I don't follow Roselle football, I have none of that. But what this coach has obviously poured into these young men and men before them is untangible, right? You cannot quantify whatever that it is that he's poured into them. It is beyond whatever is going on the football field, and it should be considered as part of, it's going to carry, whatever it is going to carry them through the rest of their lives. And how dare this community take that away from them and whoever else is behind them. Clearly, this man has made an impression on them and their families and the school, and whatever decision was made to let him go should be reconsidered. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Is there anyone additionally for public comment?
I mean, give these kids a round of applause, man. And if I get emotional up here, just support me through it.
Take your time.
Because I am tough. I'm a tough coach. I'm tough on them because the world don't get no easier. So you got to meet them halfway where they are and develop them. When I first arrived here, we had 23 kids in summer school. The following year, we had 0 academically. When I first arrived here, the first question in my interview to Ms. Harvey was, how are you going to do discipline? I straightened up discipline. I straightened up households. I straightened up young men to develop into what we need to commit to our future right now. So as I stand here, yes, I coached college football for 4 years. I do have some extended background. I've been a head coach before. I work for the Newark Police Division. I see kids make the wrong mistakes every day, but I regret to let them make the wrong mistakes. I get up in the middle of the night, if I have to go check on them, their parents, how it is, where they at, what the problem is, and to be a counselor, but just to be that role model. I didn't have that either. I ain't grow up with no daddy. I had to make these decisions going to college, getting through there, passing classes on my own as well. But to hear what they had to say about me, it's like giving you your flowers today. money that we pay here from the school district means absolutely nothing. Because once I get that money, I already spent 3 times more than that. I don't even tell the parents, hey, let's fundraise. I say, no, I got it. Hey, pizza, I got it. Hey, 7-on-7, oh, we can't get this. My AD told me multiple times, oh, you can't have that. You can't get this. You can't get this right now to July 1st. Don't worry about it. I know how to order it. I get it done. I pay for it myself because we was not going to go out there and just look like some bums on the field with white shirts on, different color. Like she said, it's red and gray all day. It's the sweatsuits. It's the shirt and tie. I didn't know how to tie a tie when I went to college. It was the most embarrassing thing ever. I said that would never happen again. And if I coach a kid, they're going to know how to tie a tie, not even tie a tie, but they're going to know how to get dressed for success. And I went to HBCU, Delaware State University, and I graduated. And when Dion came to me like, you want to go where? My own son don't want to go to Del State because I talk about Del State so much. And I was 3 times harder on him. He probably, at the gate, he tried to get away from me. No, let's have a conversation. Because as men, one thing that was wrong in this process right here, it wasn't a fair conversation. It wasn't a fair, it wasn't a sit down, let's have a sit down conversation. That did not happen this time. I'm just asking to get through this season, especially with them kids that I promised I'm gonna get to college, or I'm gonna get them to college. I got some connections to college. I know some college coaches. We already been on it. The parents been with me, riding with them to college. We done been to Rutgers, LIU, all up and down here on the weekends. Because I know you have to get there so they can see you. And in my last 24 seconds, to the parents and to everybody, thank you for trusting me with your children. And to the team of Roselle, thank you too. But I just hope that we have a very emergency meeting or a decision change here before the night is over with. Thank you. God bless.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that came up. I am going to close public comment. I'm going to close public comment, but thank you all for coming up and speaking your piece. It is 9:11. I am closing public comment. We're going to get into voting on this agenda. May I have a motion and a second to accept and approve public comment and Superintendent Resolutions 1.1 through 1.2?
I make a motion that we accept.
Second? Is there any discussion? You have a discussion on public comment or the resolutions? You have a question on public comment on the resolution? Anybody? Seeing as there's no comment, Mr. Tebow, take a roll call.
Dr. Atkins,
Yes.
Mrs. Cortez, Ms. Bond,
Yes.
all right, Mrs. Washington,
Yes.
Ms. Turnage, Ms. Woody,
Yes.
Dr. Washington,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Now, moving on to the personnel section. May I have a motion and a second to accept and approve personnel items 2.1 through 2.92?
I so move.
Second? Is there a second?
Washington.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to move that we table 2.9 for further discussion.
2.9?
Yes, 2.9. Is that? And a little of 2.10, just for, can we table it for discussion and reconsideration? Can we table it for consideration?
I think what's before us, it's before us. Tabling it only means we have to bring it back up.
to talk?
I was not going to speak, but I am going to speak
Go
because
ahead.
I heard these babies. I heard every word they said. I heard everything Celeste Aarons Jenkins said. And she's right. I can't, in good conscience, do this. So I'm encouraging this administration and the athletic directors, whether we vote on this tonight, tabling it is only going to kick it down the road.
I just wanted to, so
I think
there
what
was
we
like a
need to do is
consideration.
ask that we remove this from the agenda. I think that what we should ask is that there is some consideration to go back to the table and come up with a better system, because we are not in the business of hurting kids. God, I know I'm not. So kicking this down the road does what?
So
Because they
basic-
need strengthening and conditioning, because we were told that when we allocated resources for the fitness room, that it was gonna prepare them. So now, if I have what's before me, and I table it, or I say no tonight, I'm in an impossible situation, because that affects them. But I'm willing to say no, so that they can go back to the table and fix it, because at the end of the day, we paid a lot of money for that fitness room, and they need to use it. We paid a lot of money. Let's be real.
I agree.
But tabling it does what? I'm not angry with you.
I want
I'm
them.
angry, I'm passionate for them.
I think the gentlemen were also saying, I think the coach said that to reconsider, so maybe we can do,
He's not on the agenda, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying reconsider everything, not
Oh,
just to
absolutely, I agree
reconsider
with
it. So if we table it, we can reconsider,
So we can table it,
we could table this.
but I don't want to lose my team.
No, I don't either. I don't either. I don't want us to.
I'm not going to lose my team.
We don't want to lose our team, but I want to give the administration the ability to further discuss.
I think what we should do, we can table it, but I want to strongly encourage that the athletic director meet with the superintendent and they figure this out. They find a healthy solution, because I am not. I mean, I've been kicked in the teeth since February 6th. And I refuse to continue to have my character misaligned, because I gotta do something here. I'm not doing it, and I'm not in the business of doing that.
That's the reason why.
And we can table it, I don't mind.
From
I
a
wanna table it.
professional
Board, if
state.
you table it, you're voting on the same resolution once it comes back.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
So,
That was my.
okay, I guess,
So I have a question. How soon does their strength and conditioning training need to begin?
It's been canceled for the last 2 weeks. They need an answer now. They need an answer. And I encourage the administration to get to work on this tomorrow, because we're late.
question. So, I guess we can't talk about personnel out here, but does that bring back, us voting no on this, does it bring back the ladder?
I think voting no and asking to strongly encourage them to work this out is the loudest message that can be sent. They gotta fix this. We can't fix it.
Absolutely not.
They gotta fix. The administration, the athletic director, has to work with our superintendent on making the recommendation and fixing it. Because I don't like this predicament that we're in, and it's unfair.
I agree, but I'm trying to make it so that there's a better resolve. And
Well, I think
the board attorney, is there a better resolve? What direction should we go in?
she asked the board attorney.
Board attorney?
We're going to vote no.
Well, I mean, I can't answer the direction you want to go in. I can just tell you that if you table it, the same resolution comes back up for a vote. The other option is you can vote no, or you can vote yes.
Got you.
And that's our option.
And if it's a no vote, then the superintendent has to bring back another resolution for the board to consider.
And I'm just asking that we strongly encourage that.
But does it bring back the former coach? it does not bring back the former coach, does it?
Well, I don't know what happened in, I don't know what happened with the former coach. I don't know if there was any kind of resignation or termination.
And I think we have to
I don't
discuss that
know
and
in
we have
order
to
to
discuss that in an
opine on that.
And because it is a personnel matter, that is something that has to be discussed in executive session. However, I am saying, I know for me what I'm going to do.
Okay, I think we all,
Just want to make sure.
I think as a whole, we
The
all.
message is clear, that they go back and figure this out. They are the adults in the room, and they are who, these kids are looking up to us. And we can't, I know what Courtney's gonna do.
Okay, so with that in mind, I know what we, I can imagine what all of us are feeling as well. That's the reason why I said what I said, but it is a personnel matter that needs to take place, that we need to make a decision like expeditiously, because just because we say no, it doesn't stop the other part on the back end from rolling forward. That's what I want people to understand. It doesn't stop what has occurred already to come back, and that's something that they have to do. They have to talk and reconsider this, so. I understand, but it doesn't stop that back end.
The attorney said we can vote in this section and then convene back to executive session before we adjourn to have further discussion, because it is a personnel matter.
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Since there's no discussion, please take a roll call.
Mrs. Washington?
Abstain from 2.5, and I vote no on 2.9 and 2.10.
Ms. Woody?
Yes to everything except no to 2.88, 2.9, 2.10, James Roach only, and 2.83.
Dr. Atkins?
Yes, abstaining from 2.4. And
Ms. Bond?
hold on, I'm
Oh,
not
sorry.
finished. Hold on. And with the correction to 2.7, add in the person's last name, 2.71.
7-1.
271.
We need to correct that name.
Do you have her last name?
Okay, that's it for me.
And 2.71, do you have the last name?
Yeah, she gave the last name. She gave it in executive session.
Miranda. 2.71, right?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Bond?
No to 2.9 and no to 2.10, the acting football coach position, and yes to everything else.
Mrs. Cortez?
Yes to everything with the exception of 2.9, 2.10, everything but the excluding James Roach. No to James Roach.
Did you call Ms. Turner? Call me?
She's Ms. Turnage? Your mic on?
So I'm going to say yes to everything except 2.9, 2.10, 2.83, and 2.88.
And just to be clear, those are no's to
Yes.
the numbers you mentioned?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mrs. Washington.
You called her,
I'm
that's not
sorry.
me.
Yes, I did. I'm at Dr. Washington.
Yes to everything except 2.9, 2.10, as it pertains to James Roach, noting my standing abstentions in other areas. But no to 2.9, no to 2.10, James Roach.
Received.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that name too. I don't want to say no to all the coaches, just to that one particular name, and I'm abstaining from another name. I have a
Just say
standing
you're standing
abstention.
abstention.
Yes.
Motion. Do you got what fails?
Yeah, so the motion passes except for 2.9 and 2.10 for James Roach. Those two items fail.
Thank you. Moving forward to our the business section, may I have a motion and a second to, actually, prior to moving forward to the business section, there was something that came out that we need to table item 3.7.
Yes.
So we're gonna table item 3.7 for further discussion. So now, as we are about to ask for the motion, may I have a motion and a second to accept and approve business items 3.1 through 3.24 on the regular agenda and 3.25 to 3.26 on the addendum?
And tabling 3.7 is part of that
And tabling
motion.
3.7 is part of that motion, yes, as amended.
I so move.
Second. Is there any discussion? Seeing as there's no further discussion, please take a roll call.
Miss Woody,
Yes.
Mrs. Cortez. Yes. Dr. Atkins,
Yes, with the correction of 3.7, with the tabling of 3.7, and abstention from 3.11.
Miss Bond.
We tabled it. That's tabled.
Miss Turnage,
I'm abstaining from 3.3, and yes to everything else.
Mrs. Washington, and Dr. Washington.
Yes to all, abstaining to 3.23.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Our policy committee did not meet, so there are no policies this month to vote on. The next section is our curriculum and instruction items. I need a motion to accept and approve curriculum and instruction items 5.1 through 5.26. Motion and second.
I so move.
Second.
Wash.
Is there any discussion? Seeing that there's no discussion, may I have a roll call?
Miss Woody,
Yes.
Mrs. Cortez. Dr. Atkins,
Yes.
Miss Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Turnage?
Yes, I'll save my question for next month.
Mrs. Washington?
Yes.
Dr. Washington?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. We have to add, may I have a motion and a second to add an executive session, convene to executive session for a personnel discussion?
I make that motion.
Washington,
I make the motion.
You said yes?
Yes.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to convene to discuss some of the concerns the football players brought up. And when we come back, we're gonna come back and adjourn the meeting. But we are going to discuss this situation so that there's something coming out of it and some direction.
So
Thank
can I make a comment as it pertains to the RFPs, just to put on record that we're going to have a special meeting coming up
But
in the
we'll
month
probably
of
have to
June?
schedule that internally because we have to pick a date.
I just wanted to put it on record that
Yes,
this is
that's under
something
the
that
new
we,
bus- I was gonna note that under new.
under new
business.
business. So can you put that under new business, that we're going to have a special meeting in June for the RFPs?
Yes,
Thank you.
and we'll probably have to have one for some other personnel related stuff, so yes,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
guys, we're live. Can I have a motion to return from executive session?
I make a motion that we return from executive session.
Second. Okay, there is an item before we move forward. I need to have a motion to reconsider item 2.83.
I make the motion that we could reconsider 283.
Second. All in,
No, roll call.
roll call.
Dr. Atkins,
Yes.
This is the vote to reconsider. This is the vote to reconsider, 2.83.
Mrs. Cortez, Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Turnage,
Yes.
Ms. Washington,
Yes.
Ms. Woody,
Yes.
Dr. Washington.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Now, may I have a motion and a second on, to approve item 2.83?
Washington, I make the motion to approve.
To approve it, or, oh, okay.
Have- Motion to approve item 2.83.
Washington.
Motion to approve 2.83.
Second. Second. Discussion. Is there any discussion on item 2.83?
No.
Seeing that there is no discussion, may I have a roll call, please?
Dr. Atkins,
No.
Mrs. Washington,
No.
Ms. Bond,
No.
Mrs. Cortez,
No.
Ms. Turnage,
No.
Ms. Woody,
No.
and Dr. Washington.
No.
That motion did not pass.
say it?
Motion. So the motion failed, right?
Motion
Okay.
failed.
Now may I have a motion and a second?
When should I
to-
say it?
2.83? Nobody said anything.
No, 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2.9.
Before we adjourned, we went in the back and we had a discussion based on all of the public comment that we heard about the coach. I know that some of you want to have a discussion about this, so can I have a motion and a second for that discussion?
I so move.
Second,
Second.
discussion. Say what you,
Well,
Okay.
we don't have to have a motion to have the discussion because it's not a resolution, but since it's part of board business, you can discuss it as a board in terms of responding to public comment and giving your thoughts to the superintendent.
is there any discussion?
Yes. I would just like to say, since we voted down 2.9, and we don't have a spring conditioning coach in place, that if we're able to find someone to fill that place, we can vote retroactively to pay that person.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yes, I hope that we can also with Ms. Woody, that we can find someone who will volunteer until a conversation is had with Dr. Fisher and the Director of Athletics. I'm hoping that there will be a discussion and that this will move very quickly
Thank
in
you.
the sake of our students.
Any other discussion?
Washington, my thoughts were
You
if,
might have to be a little louder because of that noise.
okay, my thoughts are that maybe the position for coaching could be split, that that Coach Turner could just do football and conditioning, and Roach maybe the wrestling or whatever position else that was open.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I just want to go on record to say that my position on this is about processes and not people. And I want that to be very clear that in the personnel department, we have to follow processes, and appropriate processes. That is all.
I just want to go on record as to saying, I agree about process, protocol. It's not about people. However, I am also going on record saying that I heard those students, and it broke my heart to hear them and to know that our program could be impacted for decisions that have been made. So I'm encouraging the superintendent meet with the athletic director, who should call a meeting with these students, with these student athletes and their families, and discuss the next steps or what's going to happen. Don't let them stay ghosted or idle too long. And also, they need, meet and reconvene and find a way that we bring Coach Turner back. And when we bring him back, just figure this out. Just figure out the best situation possible to move forward. That's what the encouragement is. But I'm also encouraging them to hear the student voices. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, also, before we adjourn, there's some new business items on the agenda. Dr. Atkins, can you repeat the things that you would like to discuss in the next meeting?
So for the next meeting, we should have a special meeting for our RFPs that is coming up in the month of June. So based on our discussion, it should occur at the beginning of June, early June.
Or maybe, can it occur after Memorial Day? I mean, it's a special meeting, so it needs 48 hours to, we need only 48 hours to advertise. So we're going into Memorial Day this week, and I think we're going to Memorial Day weekend this week, but it's another long weekend that lasts.
Yeah, that's another long weekend,
Yeah.
but I believe that Dr. Simmons was saying that we have to make sure our RFPs are sent out,
Yeah,
and given ample opportunity to,
Right.
for people to respond.
So I will
And I think June 12th was the date she mentioned for, for our meeting, June 12th. So that would be our special meeting.
So I'll reach out to the business administrator to work on that and follow up with everyone.
Yep.
Now, may I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. This meeting is ended.